Episode 95. 4. I'm getting ahead of myself. Where we had left off, our band of companions, the Lucky Sevens, had recently been successful in recruiting Alira's people, the Drow, to assist them with the incursion of the Shadowhar Empire. As the Shadowhar Empire not only had their troops of humanoids, but also the the help of devils and demons that had otherwise been amassing in the empire. After creating a bit of an alliance themselves with the country of Holton to the north of the Grioran Empire, they made their way southward to the Grioran Empire to stake claim and expand. The Grioran Empire, not happy with this, has been defending themselves very, very effectively, but will need the assistance of the Drow to make the offensive. So, as a method of doing so, the Lucky Sevens negotiated with General Roderus to the Queen of the Drow and have a regiment of around 100 troops to bring with them back to the Empire. And so, with that being said, General Roderus has already started making the preparations this early morning. So far as you could tell, it's morning of the following day to get started, to get back, and train these troops on what they need to do. And so, you, the Lucky Sevens, being that it is near time to get back to your airship and get on your way yourself, what do you wish to do in the Drow City beforehand? If anything.
I think a good consideration is what is our buying power in this city? How's the economy?
So long as your gold piece is made of actual gold, you could get away with using it at any storefront, but their currency is obviously minted with the face of their queen. Your gold, as far as where you had originally gotten it from, may have some buying power, but may have less than you expected. So with that, things might be a bit more expensive down here than you would otherwise normally find.
Got it. And then in that same sense, if we were to use the gold that we got down here up at the surface, would it be exchangeable?
So long as you can prove it's worth its weight in gold.
I mean, if they're both using gold, gold is gold.
But any country that may be using paper currency or other such currency states might not accept it. So it's really just depends where you go.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I don't know about the rest of you, but if there are things that we can sell, we should go ahead and get that done now.
Could always wait till we get back to the Empire.
That as well. That could work too. That's fine. All things considered, when we do get back to the Empire, there are certain things I do need, so I mean, I don't think I'm gonna find too many dragon statues down here. Honestly.
Two birds, one stone.
Yeah.
Why?
So that's all I've got. That's
Okay.
really the only considerations I have.
So anything you're wanting to buy? Not really. More that you want to
No.
sell things.
It's more like we want to sell things, and I have just like 2 things I want to buy, but I don't. I don't think the Drow necessarily revere dragons too much enough to have fancy idols of them. So
No, you probably more likely find fancy idols of Lolth and spiders and other such things.
And we lost Coffee's audio there for a moment.
Uh-oh.
no, we're back. Yeah, I
Back.
think I would be hard pressed. We'll wait till we're at the surface. So to the
Okay.
surface we go.
All right. So, with General Roderus having collected all of the troops that he's transporting, he figures he could get there quicker by just using some of his abilities to make that happen. He's willing to go down and return and go down with you to your airship to maybe speed up the process, but that's up to you guys. If you have other places you wish to stop, he wants to get back right away.
If he can get us to the airship, I think we'd be fine.
Okay.
Less time underground for our beloved sorcerer.
Fair enough. With that being said, he is able to transport all of the Lucky Sevens to the surface where the keep where you had landed your airship in the nearby lake, and it is still present. It looks like the captain has been good about maintaining the ship. Maybe has earned herself a bit of a keep in the time that you had been gone. And with it having been weeks, she was starting to worry. So,
Magic us just popping in out of nowhere again has startled her for the second time.
yes, indeed. Her and the rest of the crew.
Hi, hello, we're back.
Shite.
We're not dead. Again.
You keep
time,
doing
please.
that.
I think we're becoming pretty proficient at it, honestly. Oh, I can
Yeah.
do it on demand now, actually. Do you want to see?
No.
Oh. Arya being sad she can't show off her teleport spell. Her I need to get the fuck out of here spell.
Mm-hmm. Are we ready to get on with it then?
Yeah.
I think so. Do you have everything you need, Alira?
I see no reason to stick around.
Sure enough. On our way then.
And Lagan, Kaz, and Kurobe all agree and start manning their own posts where they would find themselves the most useful. The rest of the crew starts to prepare to disembark, and the captain gets the ship ready for takeoff. And so, with that, within the hour, the ship is lifted back up into the air. The daylight of the morning, maybe a welcome sight to some of you, maybe not a welcome sight to one of you, but you find yourselves lifted off, and you know that it is a couple days' journey to the Griorn Empire. Now, are you headed back um, to Colcaster, or was it the other city, the other coastal city? Let me look at the map.
Well, we worked, if I recall, and please correct me if I'm wrong, our priority once this was done was specifically to end up getting a mountain of worth of platinum.
Yes, after that, um, the General Roderus has made his way back to Drakefast to go to the front. Um, and you're welcome to join him if you would like to help him fend off some of the demons that are starting to incur. But at the same time, if your wish is to otherwise go to the Fallfire Crater, that is up to you.
I mean, the general has asked us for favors, so I think where I stand is check in with him, touch base about anything that he needs on that, and then we'd be on our way to the crater.
Then it shall be.
Okay. You know that it would be about a week's journey to get back to Drakefast from from Ionia, Drakefast being the fort city that General Roderus calls home. But as you're on the final leg of that journey, you see other airships on the horizon, just as Drakefast starts to come into view.
Oh, don't see that every day.
Vanya, are they trade ships?
Can I tell from this distance?
Make a perception check. You're still miles away.
I don't know why I'm checking, because I know that's a ridiculous fucking modifier, but... 28.
No, those aren't trade ships. Not in that number. And not with those explosions.
No, it, looks like we're about to go straight into the middle of it.
Oh,
And she will go give the captain a warning about it.
Alright. Captain starts to call off orders for the crew to start manning battle stations. With the
ding, ding, ding.
with the one ballista on the top deck and whatever else you have at your disposal, you prepare to fly into the conflict.
I certainly do.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Once we are going into range, I think I will just go ahead and make sure that haste is cast on my allies here,
Okay.
Vanya and Alira.
Vanya and Alira.
Yay. Love it.
Okay. As you start to approach, you see the airships, of course. They're firing off against other airborne, it looks like, sort of infantry, possibly. It looks like they're also a number of airborne infantry themselves that are also swarming around some of the airships. From as you get closer, you also notice that there's maybe a dozen ships in the air, all of which look like standard ships, except that there's this unnerving humming coming from the circular engines on each side.
suppose so.
Which is very different from the model of ship that you have, which has these large crystals that keep it afloat. Not really any engines per se on your ship.
Oh boy. Based on the distance of the docks, I'm no sailor. He is no sailor. Is this, like, based on the distance of the docks, would it be unsafe to, or rather not recommended to engage in naval combat?
If you wanted to land in the water, you can do so in any water. But if you wanted to land closer to the city, the ports right now, the island port of Newport seems to be the port that's under attack the most. The mainland section of the city, Old Town, is a little less, but still getting harried as well.
Okay, let me re-explain. Are ships attacking docks, or are people from the ships attacking docks?
People from the ships. It's more like these are infantry
so
carriers.
Got it. No ship combat. We are on land. We are. Take off your sea legs, folks.
Well, as you start to approach, there is a ship that does start to make its way towards you.
Oh.
Who wants to be an admiral?
Wait, I just lost sound.
No.
Hang on. Okay.
Incredible.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can now.
We've lost your camera.
Yep, because my camera had to be closed because I had to close my browser, because that's what's causing it.
Jesus.
That's what causes my issue with my headphones.
Dang.
But I shall be loading into everything here soon. Alright. Alright. Back to business. Sorry, I didn't hear what y'all said, so what's the plan?
Well, with my allies hasted, this is a pirate ship coming at us, right?
Looks like a Shadowheart ship, but yes.
Do they appear aggressive?
They're coming straight for you. They're on an intercept course.
Intercept course? Cool. I know precisely what I want to do. I'm going to whir up one of my fireballs, and I'm gonna blast their fucking engines out.
Okay. So, what is the range on Fireball? 60 feet?
150 feet.
150. Well, that's extremely close for a ship, because they're going to start emptying some flying infantry first. And those are headed towards you.
Okay, so they got dudes spilling out of it. Okay, never mind on the fireball then.
So, let's look at what you're looking at.
Preferably.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me look at... Hang on.
Joy.
Where's my encounter webcam? Hold, please. Oh, that's because that's the wrong stupid thing. Okay. I was not properly set up. I'm a professional streamer, y'all. Okay, so we've got the three of you and Zephyr on the deck near the railing of the ship, and what you see is a number of what looks like tiefling soldiers starting to fly in. Well, maybe not all tieflings, but they're definitely Shadowheart. Dressed in purples. Much like Cypher. So they all sort of fly in on the scene. And so, let's roll some initiative.
Let's. I will go ahead and just use roll 20 for this.
Oh, do you not have your dice anymore?
No, I do. I just don't want to pull them out because I'm lazy.
Oh. Okay. Because that's not visible on the screen, so you have to tell me what it is.
Well, neither are my normal dice.
I like rolling actual dice, though. But that's just me. Okay. Okay. Cool. Alright. So, initiative, please.
19.
Ooh, look at you.
20.
16.
Okay. So, what's going to happen for this encounter is that Lagan and Kurobe will be manning the ballista, which is over here on this side. And currently, Kaz, since he doesn't really have much in the way of range, is going to stay with the captain. And he's on the other...
Fair.
On the steering deck. So, that's where they are currently.
Understood.
The music just fucking stopped.
Yeah, we lost.
Yeah, there we go. Alright. So we've got 6 on the field as of right now. All of which seem to have a... You're not sure if they're artificial or if they're real set of wings to them. They look like tieflings and humans, but they're soaring in with wings attached. So, with that being said, they have moved into view. You 4 are right here. So top of the first round would be Vanya.
How many of them were within 5 feet of each other?
They're all kind of 10 feet within each other. There's not really one that's 5 foot.
Damn. Well, worth a shot. Alright. Guy there in the middle is going to get a couple arrows at him.
This one?
Yep.
Okay. A couple arrows. So we're gonna call that number 4.
24 to hit.
24 hits.
Sweet. 6 points of damage.
Okay. Still going
Second
after
one.
that one? Okay.
19 to hit.
Hits.
10 points of damage.
Okay. Pretty solid.
And this is one that Zephyr's going to use his reaction to
empower.
boost.
Okay.
Yep. Why is it whenever I bring this dog in? Why? That's a nat 20.
Oh, does he have to roll to hit, or is it more damage? Just
No,
damage?
that's my third arrow.
Oh, third arrows. Natural 20.
Yeah, because I've been hasted.
Hasted action for an attack. Okay.
Yep.
Natural 20 will absolutely hit.
Oh yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where the infused strike was on the sheet again. Okay. 17 points of damage from the arrow, and are we doubling the infusion or just leaving it as is?
Yes. Because that's dice rolled for damage.
12 points fire damage.
Ooh, that is a spicy meatball on that guy. Okay. Well, already hurting pretty bad. Kind of, as the 3 arrows kind of hit him, kind of loses a little bit of his maneuverability when it comes to the flight, but is still coming after the ship. So, Alira, you are right here on the edge of the ship.
Yes, I am. What do they appear to be armed with?
Looks like some kind of some kind of ranged weapon that they have on their hip, as well as melee weapons, like swords and axes.
Okay. I am actually going to use this to cast a level 2 spell then.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Darkness right on the edge of the ship.
Okay. And darkness is about a 20-foot circle, right? Right here.
Darkness at this exact moment is a, let's see, 15-foot radius sphere, so it can cover up to 30 foot. Or
Oh, 15-foot radius.
yeah.
Okay. So total 30 foot across. So we'll just use the flat edge of this to kind of gauge. So where are you centering it?
I'm centering it on us.
Oh, you're centering it on you? So you and your party can't see?
We can't see and they can't shoot. They got a close quarters.
Okay.
And thankfully, Fireball doesn't care about line of sight.
Actually, does it? No, it just says a point you can see.
Ooh.
Let me check that. A point I choose,
Oh.
not a point I see.
Oh. A point you know exists.
Yep. I see what you did there.
Okay. So a point you
Damn.
know exists.
I'm trying to be clever.
You are clever. Okay. So we've got some darkness kind of filtering in around the Lucky Sevens right now. And
Wonderful.
so, any bonus actions, Alira?
Nope.
You are hasted.
I am hasted, but I also have no capability of reaching them.
Ah.
Oh, you don't even have a drow blaster, do you? Because it would have allowed you to pick one up if you, because that's part of the loot.
I don't have it on my character sheet anymore. I think that was just when I ended up doing the remake and I had to clear off everything that I had in order to remake.
If you want
the character, I took it off, but I don't remember.
If you want a drow blaster, because they are arcane, basically is the same statistics as a hand crossbow, just using force damage instead of piercing.
Okay, what is...
The damage is a d6 plus dex.
Okay, damage is 1d6 plus dex. Okay.
And the range on it would, I believe, be hand crossbow, which I believe is...
Okay.
Let me look it up real quick. Hand crossbow has a range of 30 for short range, 120 for long range. And long range is at disadvantage. But if you wanted to shoot through your own darkness, you do not have the ability to...
I would I be able to change the order? Because I was going on the assumption that I didn't have an attack. So
yeah.
Attack, then darkness would just as well work, right?
Yeah, because you can use your hasted action first and then your normal action second.
Okay. Then we will end up doing so. I very much doubt a 12 hits because that is a roll of a 3.
Ooh. And which one were you firing at?
The one that was already wounded.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that doesn't hit.
Alright. And then I cast darkness and I will move.
Okay. Are you moving anywhere else on the ship?
Yes, I am going to switch. I am going to cover the stairwell off to, nope, closer to you.
That direction, okay.
Yep.
So you're going to come over this way.
Yep.
On the other side of Anya. Okay. And then darkness is centered on this point where you were? Because you were centering it on yourself previously?
Yep.
Okay. So from 15 feet out, so it stops about right here.
Yeah.
But it does create like a darkness cloud, which you and your party cannot see through. But maybe the others can't see through it either.
This would be my luck that we're dealing with a whole bunch of true sight. Like, God damn it!
Alright. So Arya. Concentrating on haste.
Concentrating on haste, I think I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity for that fireball. They have to make dexterity saves. Each creature within a 20-foot radius centered at a point. That point is going to be whatever allows me to get most of them in a given area, so probably centered in the middle of them that I was able to identify.
Yeah, because it's a 20-foot sphere, like 20-foot radius.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So centered on this one, you can definitely get them all.
At least 4 or 5 of them, yeah.
No, you can get all 6.
So, oh, okay.
Yep, you can get
I'll
all
take
6.
it.
Yeah, because this one, the farthest away from them is 20 feet away.
Glorious. Okay. Okay, spell save is 19, by the way.
19. So we've got 3 fails and oh, that's 1 pass. That's another fail, and that's another pass. Yeah, another pass. That's 2, and then 2 passes and a fail. So 4 failures and 2 passes. So
great. I'm going to cast this at 5th level. So it's 10d6. Whoever was able to pass is getting half damage.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Right now there's 1 human amongst them, so. And 5 tieflings.
Great. That's 46 damage, and then that means anyone else gets 23 damage.
Okay.
Just a mushroom cloud appears in the middle of the sky. And I think to end... I'll wait till you're done.
Okay. And then... Alright, so just kind of went down the line. 4 of the tieflings passed, 1 of the tieflings failed, and the human failed. So...
Great.
Tieflings seem like they're shrugging it off a little bit more than you had expected. Except for the one that's already damaged. That one is looking like they're on their last leg.
Great. Good.
And then the human is looking pretty hurt too.
Fantastic. Reducing numbers is a great way to handle this situation.
Yep.
I am...
Oh, I didn't roll their initiative. I'm a dum-dum. No, I did. Never mind.
Yep. I think what I'm going to do is, to end my turn, I'm going to step out of the darkness, but backwards, so that I'm just, like, behind it, effectively.
Okay. You would have to go all
So,
the way
like-
to the back railing of the ship to get out of it.
Yes! Because lo and behold, the one thing I have is range, so I'm okay with this.
Yep, so you're over there.
And, I think that's what I'm going to go ahead and end my turn with, and... Yeah.
Okay.
Best of luck, friends.
Well, it comes to their turn. Oops, I forgot to actually do the subtraction on this, because I'm dum-dum. I noted what they did. I noted their damage, but I didn't actually do it. So, it comes to their turn. They are going to start approaching, so they can... This one, they can... Let's see, yeah, they can... Yeah, they're pretty speedy. They're pretty fast. So, start coming up on all of y'all. On the railing of the ship. These are still a little far away. They're not quite to the railing yet. There's one in front of Alira and one in front of Vanya. And they are going to swing with an attack each. And it's one and then the other. Okay. Weirdly enough, it seems like the darkness might not be impeding them.
This is your fault for saying something.
It is. It is all my fault.
It's okay. It's okay.
You can dispel it, right?
But when you see them approaching you, Alira, you do see that their eyes are kind of wild. That these aren't ordinary tieflings. First one is going to make a attack on Alira. Ooh,
Okay.
ouchie. That's going to be a 24 to hit.
24 will definitely hit.
Okay. Swinging at you with an axe. And doing 7 points of slashing damage.
Damn. 1/8 of my health pool gone right there.
Damn.
Okay.
And as part of that
Um.
swing, they are going to give a shout. And so, within 30 feet would be all three of you. I need you all to make a wisdom saving throw.
Being charmed?
No.
Okay.
All right. Everybody within +3 or within 10 feet of me has a +3 to their saves.
Yep, that would be Vanya. And,
Zephyr,
and Zephyr.
I think.
Vanya and Zephyr.
So
You said
this
wisdom?
is-
Wisdom, yep.
Okay. I got a grand total of 12. Or nope, 11. Woot!
Vanya's got 25.
Okay.
Zephyr, let me see his sheet here. Oh, he is actually halfway decent with these. 21.
Okay, so Zephyr and Vanya pass, where, Illyria, you are now frightened of this creature. Till such a time that maybe you can get out of line of sight.
I got an unnatural 20.
Okay, so dirty 20, you pass. Okay.
Mm.
Alright, so that's that one. One attacking Vanya is... Okay, so it's kind of, this one's kind of charging at you, Vanya, to maybe knock you over. But I don't think. Well, does a 17 hit?
It actually does. 17 is AC.
17 hits. Okay, so it's going to do. So 2d8. So that is 15 points of bludgeoning damage, and then you take a few more for it having charged you.
Ew.
And make a strength saving throw.
And what was the sorry, I didn't quite catch what was the result of the failed save.
Oh, you were frightened
You're frightened.
of the
Frightened. Oh,
creature that's in front
I
of you.
actually have something for that. Yay.
Ooh.
Let's see here. Aura of Courage. You and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you can't be frightened while you're conscious.
Oh, well, you're immune to frightened. Okay, there you go.
And Coffee, that is a 24 for that save roll.
Okay, so you are not moved, and you take. 17 points of bludgeoning damage for it having charged at you.
Jesus, that's 17 extra?
Yep.
God damn. Okay, fine. Reaction. Telekinetic reprisal.
Ooh, what does that do?
It needs... when you take damage from a creature within 10 feet, you can use your reaction to force the creature to make a strength saving throw.
Ooh.
On a failure, it takes 2d8 force damage and is pushed up to 10 feet away.
Ooh.
On success...
Basically doing what it was trying to do to you.
Yep, on success, it takes half as much damage.
Okay.
DC is 16.
Oh, well, I don't think a 3 plus 5 is going to work.
Nope.
Nope.
It's going off the edge, apparently.
Okay, so it's pushed 10 feet away.
Yep. And that is 16 points force damage.
16 points force damage. That's a pretty nasty shot. It don't like that. It don't like that you did that at all.
I don't like it did that to me. I'm just giving it a taste of its own medicine.
Well, the other two chargers can't attack, but the other two berserkers can, because they have hand axes that they can throw at you. So, however, these do not return. So, if they throw it at you, then they're, well, then I guess they're without hand axes.
Yep.
Ooh, that one's a natural 20. Oops.
Coffee.
My bad. Blah, 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 blah. And it's going for Vanya. Well, that's going to be all of 6. I low rolled that one.
Thank God.
So it hits you with its hand axe, but it does not automatically retrieve it. So, second guy is going to also throw 1.
How much damage was I taking?
6.
Thank you.
And then I don't think a 12 is going to hit you. So that hand axe is just kind of like chucked at you and just kind of goes flying into the deck. At your feet. Okay. Well, that concludes their turn. Back up to Vanya.
Okay.
No, actually.
You said that.
Actually, we got the boys. Boys. Kaz is having the ship still continue on a straight ahead course. And I think Lagan is not able to shoot them with the ballista because they're too close. But Karobe is going to start running down. But he can't really get that far. Alright. Back up to Vanya.
You said one of those hand axes is at my feet, right?
You can pick it up if you want.
Yeah. Who's closest to me from them?
The one that's right in front of Alira is closest to you.
Okay.
Within melee
He's gonna
range.
get an axe in the face.
Yep. Are you proficient
And
in
I
hand
did-
axes?
Martial and simple.
Okay.
So.
You got. So you're all weapons. Hell yeah.
Yep. I've just gotta add this in so I know what the hell I'm doing here.
Yep. You'll swing plus strength.
Yep. It was simple enough to find. I just gotta do this. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. Ooh, that is still a decent roll. 17 to hit.
Hits.
7 points of damage.
Hell yeah. And that is
I'm
number 5. You said 7 points?
and
It's looking
I'm
pretty
gonna
rough.
Yep, I'm gonna take another swing with it because I've got that second action.
Alright.
24 to hit.
Hits.
4 points of damage.
Okay.
And
Hasted action?
bonus action, I'm going. Well, actually, that was hasted because that's a hand axe, not bow.
Yeah, you can multi-attack with a
Oh, okay.
hand axe.
I'll do the third one then.
Yep, your multi-attack
I'll take
affects all weapons.
I was thinking, with me and my 2 swords, main hand, offhand, main hand is usually how I do that. What am I adding? 21 to hit.
Hits.
5 points of damage. And bonus action, I am having Zephyr move around for a bite. Can he get there? Oh, he can fly though, too. So
Yeah, he can fly. So he's gonna.
yeah, he can fly.
He can bite.
He can fly. He's got wings.
He
He knows how to fly.
He's a dragon boy.
Yeah, you dragon boy. That is a lot. 27 to hit.
Ooh, that will hit.
Alright, so Jesus Zephyr. So let's see here. That is 11 points piercing.
Ooh.
And 5 points fire.
Okay. Well, that one goes tumbling off the edge into oblivion.
Good.
Okay.
That'll wrap up for me.
All right. Alira.
Yep, it is time to end up dealing with the, Now, the one that was coming close is gone.
Yep.
And the rest of them are floating right in front of us.
Yep, this one's right in front of the railing, so you can hit it if you wanted to do melee. Swing around to do melee.
I think I will do that. And I get 3 attacks due to haste, and I'm going to drop darkness now.
Okay. That's fine.
So. And let's go for swings. First one is going to be a 15.
Hits.
Holy shit. Okay.
And that is that one.
5, 9. So that's going to be 14 on the first hit.
14 points. Hot damn.
Second one is going to be a 15.
Hits.
Okay. And that is going to be 2. And that's going to be 12 points. Right there.
That one goes careening down towards the water, too.
And at that point, I brace my shield and get ready to defend Zephyr.
All right. Arya.
Oh boy. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is the darkness cloud still present?
Nope. She
Nope.
dropped it.
Cool. Wonderful. Great. Whoever is the most fucked up looking, I'm just gonna start blasting. We're gonna start magic missiling them really hard.
Okay.
Just a couple of them.
So that would be
Pew,
the
pew, pew,
human.
pew.
Yep.
Cool, great. I'm gonna send, I think, how many do I want? That's the only thing. I figured out what I want to do, just not how tough. Well, I got a couple points for that. Okay, we'll just do it at second level, so four darts.
Okay.
Okay, let me go ahead and roll that. That is 4d4 plus
4. Yep.
4. Yep.
If you're shooting them all at the same person.
Pew 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 pew.
Pew, 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 pew.
Plunk. 15. Pew 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 pew.
Yep. Looks like that hurt pretty bad.
But not enough. I think what I will do then is, if that is not enough...
Even the humans looking like their eyes are wild.
That's weird. I don't like that. Why are they crazy?
That's a good question.
trying to see if there's anything that I can take advantage of here. I don't think there is at the moment. Well, I could use sorcery points and just go ahead and say that pew 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 was
What is that?
fast. Yeah, fast.
Quick and
Let's
spell.
see. Do I have that? Quicken spell. Yep. Cool. And that's just 2 sorcery points. I'll do that. Click, click. Okay, quicken spell, and then from there, I will choose who's the biggest guy here.
They're all medium creatures, so.
Okay, who's the guy that does not look as messed up?
The other 3 tieflings.
Cool. I will choose one of those tieflings, and I want to use Mind Sliver on him.
Is that a cantrip?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go for it.
Target must succeed on an intelligence saving throw.
Ooh, look at that. They are this kind. They are not the smart ones.
I was banking on it.
They are not the smart ones. Well, I don't think a 9's gonna do it.
No, it's not. All right, so he's going to take 3d6 damage, and he has a minus 1d4 from the next saving throw, which we can determine that now or at the point that he gets attacked next.
Yeah, at the point that he's saving throws again.
Okay. 3d... How much was that again? 3d6? 3d6. Boop. That's 12.
Okay. Cool.
And I think to end my turn on that, I'm going to go ahead and maneuver towards the far post on the left-hand side so that I have partial cover. Yep.
Okay.
Other one.
Oh, other way.
Yeah.
I pointed, and you said that way.
Sorry. You pointed both ways in rapid succession, and I was just going with the first one.
No, I only pointed that way.
Oh, well, bad angle, I guess. But yes, partial cover. So hopefully some bonus to my AC so I'm not just suck the entire time.
Perhaps. Cool. That's Arya's turn.
Mm-hmm.
That comes to these guys. Well, they're all gonna jump up on the ship. Okay. So we're gonna get 2 sets of 2 attacks on Alera and Vanya. So I'll just roll all of that at once.
Oh boy.
So the 2 berserkers, 2 of the 3 berserkers are going after Alera for 2 attacks. I don't think that that's gonna work because that's a 14 and an 8. 14 and 8 doesn't hit your AC, does it, Derek? Derek. Derek.
I'm trying to. Can't.
14 doesn't hit your AC, does it?
No, not even. No,
So,
no, it does not.
First berserker misses completely, whiffs, 100%. Second berserker, well, dirty 20 and 15.
That will not.
Neither? Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm very grateful, given the fact that I have hard exterior, but I am incredibly squishy. Hit points speaking, the wizard has more hit points than I do.
There's a berserker on Vanya, who gets 2 attacks. First one is 17.
That hits.
Okay. God damn, I'm lowballing this. That's 5. And then second attack is a miss. Second enemy is a charger who has run up to you again.
Oh boy.
Gets 2 attacks. No, it charged at you, so it gets 1 attack.
Yep.
Which is, well, that's a 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. So that's this dice. The 15 for initial damage, and then charge damage. It basically just kind of rams you with its horns and headbutts you.
Yep.
Then that is 12 points of additional damage and strike saving throw.
Okay. 21.
Saves.
Okay, your turn. Telekinetic reprisal again. Strength saving throw.
All right.
If he's making, depending on which one it is, if he's making a saving throw, he might be at the negative D4.
No, because the one that's hit her is the human.
Okay. All right,
No.
if it's a human, no problem.
Tiefling. Yeah, it's a tiefling.
Yep. Strength.
Well. 14?
Nope.
No.
You're taking 2d8.
Hang on. 16. My bad. I was calculating wrong.
Okay, that passes. He's still taking half damage though.
Okay.
Seven points damage.
Looking pretty rough still, though. Alright. That is their turn. With the ships, the Shadowheart ship has sent out another wave of fighters. So another 6 are starting to approach, but they're still a ways off.
Okay.
And will appear next round. Brings us back to the top. Vanya.
Well, the charger's gonna get an axe to the face.
Get him.
$25.
Hits.
The one time I roll low. 2 points of damage.
Damn.
That's okay. Swing number 2. $24 to hit.
Hits.
That's better. 7 points of damage. And that's the one Zephyr's going to use his reaction on.
Actually, you don't need to because he keels over dead.
Oh, he's dead? Fun! Okay. Who else is in range of me?
The Berserker.
Okay. He's getting the 3rd swing.
Okay.
I'm glad you told me not to do that, because that's a nat 20. That's one that's getting the fire damage.
Get him.
Okay. 11 points of piercing. And 6 points of fire. Forgot to double it. So, 6 points of fire.
6 points fire, which reduces to
Yep.
3, because he's tiefling.
Fair.
Okay.
And then as bonus action, Zephyr's gonna move over and fight him.
Chomp.
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 Chomp. 24 to hit.
Hits.
Jesus. Okay. 9 points piercing. And 3 points fire.
Okay. Okay. Looking pretty hurt. Anything else for you, Vanya?
Yeah, that's it. It's all actions and bonus.
Okay. Yep, it's starting to look like they're noticing that you're pretty quick. Alira.
Yep. Time to end up getting to it. Yeah, I am.
You got these two.
Given
on
the
this side
fact
of you,
that those two, I am going to start off with attacking the one that is closer to the center of the ship.
This one? Okay.
Okay, I don't like those odds, but does a 13 hit?
Those are the berserkers. No. Sadly miss.
I
Just
am
miss.
going to spend I'm going to spend a will of luck. Then.
Okay. Roll it again.
Okay. That is going to end up being an 18.
That'll hit.
That'll hit. Okay. I am going to activate. A level 3 smite.
Okay.
Let's take a look. 6. That is 27 points of damage.
Whew.
Still up.
Still up.
Second attack. Natural 20. I'm blowing a natural 20. I am running with that, so we're gonna act the level 3 smite on that.
Hell yeah, let's go. Get it.
Okay. Where'd that D8 go? I need a lot of you. Alright, so the base attack is 3. Okay, so that makes 10. Next portion for the
Get it,
power.
girl.
Makes it 2. 30. 33. 33. Almost. 46. 8. 48. 53 points of damage.
Whew. That one just explodes in webs and bright light.
And I am going to use, because I'm still under haste, right?
Yes, you are.
I'm going for the last one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to end up presuming that a 23 hits.
That'll hit.
Okay.
Get it, girl.
This one's going,
Go, Alira.
this one's going to be a level 1 smite.
Okay.
Not great. That is only 14 points of damage.
Still pretty solid, though.
Oh yeah, I'm like, so this is how rogues feel.
Given that these are humanoids that are about as tough as you guys.
I'm fishing for the crit. That's all I can do.
Hell yeah.
And luck. Thank you, luck.
Thank you, luck.
Thank you, luck.
We love that luck.
Dude, let's be honest. If there's anybody who needs that feat just to operate, it's me.
It's you. Yeah, absolutely. Ain't no need for players like Lethality or Mojo to have it. They already got it.
Yeah. Bastards.
Bastards. We love you guys. Really, truly, we do. So, are there anything else, like a bonus action?
No, I think I'm actually really good for the positioning. I'm currently stopping them from charging after our squishier targets at this point. I think I'm good.
All right. Which brings us to Arya.
Wonderful. Yeah, we're in pretty good positioning. I was thinking I was gonna cast Spiritual Weapon, and I'm gonna do that at 5th level.
Fifth level spiritual weapon.
Spiritual Weapon. Cool. And now let's see, I can cast it within 60 feet of a given area. So, am I within 60 feet of one of those mooks?
Yeah. You got the Tiefling. You got the Berserker who's over here. And
Good shit.
one over here.
Great. Yeah, we'll put a... Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Happy with that.
Go with that one.
And it... Yep, and it floats. So...
Bonk.
All right, yep, that's what I'm gonna do. I get a free action, which is a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go ahead and roll that, and that is going to be melee spell attack. That's spell it. Oh gosh, hold on. I think I have it in my spell list, so I can make this rolling easy. I do not. I'm dumb.
It is plus proficiency plus spell attack modifier, which is charisma for sorcerer.
Right. D20.
Yep. D20 plus proficiency plus charisma.
One D20 plus that. Ah. Wait. Oh, I did 1D10.
Aha!
What am I doing? Hold on. I know things.
You know things.
I know things. There we go. That feels better. All right. Now that I'm not rolling a D20, that is 27, my guy.
Hits.
We're hitting. We're hacking and slashing.
Hacking and slashing. What does your spiritual weapon look like? I don't remember.
It looks like Rune Sword.
Ah, ooh.
A golden sword.
Ooh. Love the callback, yes.
Yes. And that's gonna be...
You said it was level 5, right?
Yeah, so that would put it at 2d8 plus my spellcasting ability modifier.
Yep.
So
2d8 plus charisma.
2d8 plus... What is my charisma? How charismatic am I?
I think you're a 5.
Yeah, pretty fucking charismatic, my guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna be 15.
15 points of force damage. That hurts.
Lightsaber noises.
Lightsaber.
Yeah, it does.
That hurts.
And I don't really have anything else. That was I mean, that particular spell is a bonus action. I guess I could technically do a cantrip. So
Do an action cantrip, yep.
I am going to take advantage of the fact that these guys are not very smart and cast on another tiefling, whichever one is present, so that they are forced to make...
So this one here?
Yeah.
The one that's not being attacked by your spiritual weapon?
Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna make him also do a Mind Sliver.
Okay, more
So-
sliver. Int check. Int
check.
saving throw. Oh, that one's the minus d4 too. So I'm gonna roll a d20 minus d4.
Yeah.
That's 14 minus 3 is 11. Minus 2
That is-
for its int, which is
That
9.
He sucks. No, that is he has to be in a 19. So
He's big.
we're gonna hit him with a 12 points of damage.
Hell yeah, let's go, girl.
Give the man a big headache.
Big headache. Indeed.
Big headache. And he has another -4 to his next save.
Minus D4 on that guy to
Minus D4. Yeah. It just keeps rolling.
Just keep rolling. Just keep rolling. Okay.
Cool.
Anything
I'm
else?
happy in my... I think that's all I can do. I'm happy in my partial cover. I'm great. I'm grand.
Okay. Which brings us to my turn, which does mean that we have some duders appearing on the board. So we're going to put them over here. Oh, put them on camera because that's where they're going to be. That's where they have been able to move to. They're just getting there. Okay. So I did not leave enough space on my page for these guys. Okay. So we've got 1 and 3 over here as the ones that are closest to you, and then the rest of these guys just moved to where they're at, so they're not able to get into position to attack yet. But the 2 that are on the ship has discovered that Alira's hard to hit, and that he's getting attacked by a mage. So may take the opportunity to try and get away from Alira. So Alira, you get an attack of opportunity as it's moving.
All right. We will definitely take that. There's no way.
That's a nat 20.
There's no way.
That's a nat 20. Get it.
Oh, kill him!
Congratulations.
Juicy.
Mojo, what? Thank you for loaning me your dice.
Very welcome.
You're not allowed to have them back.
I believe that's going to be me using my... I've used 1 level 3 smite so far, right?
Oh, you did
The other
say
one was
that,
a level
yeah.
1.
Yep.
So I still have 2 level 3 slots, so I'm going to use one of them right now because, yes, we're taking advantage of this.
Hell yeah, let's go.
I don't know what this feeling is.
Let's get some mojo dice thrown in the chat.
Please.
Mojo dice. Mojo dice.
Hold on. 27.
There's a reason we call it mojo dice.
Also, hi, Mojo. Glad you got power back.
Me too.
To be fair, Lethality's also had some bad luck with power outage right now.
He knows. I screenshotted that thing and sent it to him.
59 points of damage.
Ooh.
Jesus!
And before it even leaves your range, basically, that guy is toasted.
Just this quick, like, couple of taps, and wherever the rapier ends up tapping them, starts to spread out and a web of light until they just erupt in this sunlight that's blinding to Alira before their corpse just kind of hits the deck smoldering.
Yeah. Smoldering in just radiant and webs.
Oh.
That, yeah, toasted. Toasted.
Quite literally.
Toasted indeed. Alright, well that leaves the one guy in front of Vanya ready to attack. So,
Good luck, buddy.
let's do some 2 attacks.
Right, that wasn't even my turn. That was just the attack of opportunity.
That was an attack of opportunity, yeah. Well, that one's not going to do it, because that's a 12, and that one is a 25.
That hits.
No, not 25.
Oh.
19. I'm dumb.
That still hits.
So, takes a swing at you with a hand axe. I'm low rolling like a motherfuck. So that is all.
I'll take it. I will take it.
5 damage. 5 damage
damage.
there, Vanya.
Thank you. I was only at 19.
Okay.
He's only doing one attack on me?
Well, he's only landed one attack on you. The other missed.
Okay, telekinetic reprisal. Just because I've got the slots.
Okay.
Like, no, you hurt me, I hurt you.
Okay. And telekinetic reprisal is a spell, or is it a once per day?
It is 5 times per long rest.
Per long rest, okay. And it must make a strike save, yes?
Yep.
Why? Cacked. That's a 2 plus 6. That's 8.
He does not succeed, he gets pushed back 10 feet.
Well, he's
And
facing
is
this way, so
taking-
he's going backwards this way.
Math, I cannot. 12 points of damage.
He's looking pretty hurt, but he's not down yet.
He's
Okay.
about to be.
Okay. So, with that being said, Mojo, to catch you up, Lagon has been over here on the ballista, attempting to fire at things that are incoming. So if you would like to take a ballista shot, you may, but otherwise you can do something else. And roll initiative.
Okay. Sorry.
You're fine.
Roll initiative, you say.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be 18.
18. Okay. So that puts you after Alira after this round.
Okay.
Alright. But you can take an action as of right now. Whatever you'd like to
If
do.
I'm taking a ballista shot, I'm taking a ballista shot at whatever was trying to attack us.
Okay, so you can attack one of the individuals that are coming flying at the ship, or you can take it at the enemy ship.
Oh, if I shoot the ship, I'm more likely to hit the ship or potentially somebody on the ship.
No, the
But
enemy
if
ship.
I'm flying, it's fuck it, I'm gonna take the flyer out.
Okay, so there's like an enemy ship off screen that you can shoot
Yeah.
at, or you can shoot at any of the enemies on the board.
Yeah.
So, which would you like to do?
I'm trying to see what's on the board.
We've got
Okay.
a mix of tieflings and humans, all looking rather like wild and devilish, flying in.
Closest one.
So the closest one to the ballista is right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I rolled an 18 on the die.
Okay. That will hit. And then I'm going to turn that into... Let's make it easy. Let's make it 5d6, and I'll roll that.
Okay.
That's a lot of 3s. That's 13 points of damage to that guy. And I'm going to call him number 6. Okay. That is your action for the turn.
Right.
Are you moving anywhere?
Yeah, I'm going to move to get closer to the party, whoever's closest to me,
Okay.
in case they need to be healed.
Vanya
'Cause
could
I don't know if
probably
anyone's
use.
taken any damage yet,
Yeah, Vanya could use
Yeah.
some healing.
and I'm moving as close as I can to Vanya, 30 feet.
Vanya's at 15 left.
There's a person in the stairwell that is blocking your way.
He'll
That he
be
just pushed down the stairs.
he'll be my next target of opportunity.
Okay.
You mean he will become one with the stairwell?
Yes.
There you go, Coffee. Slide the right between the stairs. That is how they're meant to operate.
All right. The enemy ship has pulled out a gun, and they're gonna fire at the Daedalus. But it is a single gun, which, yeah, that's probably not gonna hit. We've got some like medium armor on the Daedalus, right?
Yes.
I don't
Yes,
remember what its
that's
armor
right.
class is.
Yeah, it was a medium armor class. That's why it was in port so long, as well as getting the ballista and a few other.
Yeah. Do you have the
modifications.
armor class?
I believe you said it was 12 or 13.
Okay. So
I can pull it up really fast. It's just on Google.
I don't have I don't have access to that.
okay.
It's not there anymore.
That part of it
Spec.
anymore.
What?
All I could pull up was the blueprint of the ship that I had sent you.
Yeah, we're gonna have to calculate that again because it's an 11. I rolled an 11 on the dice. I don't know what the modifier for an enemy ship would be, so I was just gonna use a flat roll.
I'm gonna put it on roll 20. It lives there now.
Yeah. But I'm gonna say that's a big old miss of an energy weapon, similar to the same kind of weapons, sort of, that the Drow use. Different color, but similar. That's the enemy ship's turn. So Vanya.
You know what? Lagon can have fun with the guy on the staircase. The guy's coming in. Any of them within 5 feet of each other?
Oh yeah, plenty. If you shoot at this one, you get 4 other dudes.
Okay, great. Level 4 Hail of Thorns.
Level 4 Hail of Thorns. Got. This will be 4, 5, and 6.
Okay. It was cacked. Thank God it was cacked, because that reroll was a net 20.
Hey, let's go. Mojo,
You're about to see Vanya's version of Fireball.
Mojo dice in the chat again.
Because Zephyr's using his reaction on this.
Hell yeah, let's go.
So the initial damage, they need to make a dex save, by the way.
Dex save on
But
5
the
dudes.
one guy is taking 19 points of piercing.
So 19 on the first, which is centered on number 4.
Yep.
So we'll do that first.
And 12 points fire.
12 points fire on him as well. And then the Hail of Thorns is the other 4, right?
The Hail of Thorns will be him and the other 4.
Him and the other 4.
That's how
Okay.
we do it. Yeah.
So
5 dex saves.
5 dex saves. So numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5, or yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all going to do that. Their dex saves are all a +1, so we got a 16, a 12, and a dirty 20.
16 and 20 pass.
Okay.
So they'll be taking half of 24. The guy who failed is going to be taking 24 points.
Okay.
And do we apply the fire damage to that as well?
No, it's just to the initial attack.
Damn. Well, it was going to be funny if we could.
And then the other
Oh,
two
well.
is 19 and not dirty 20 again. So they're taking.
Yeah,
12.
they're taking half. And then same guy is going to get 2 more arrows.
Okay.
And...
Because our sorcerer's not lost concentration yet.
Nope, she hasn't.
No.
19 to hit.
Hits.
She's using all of that tenant.
Yep, that's on number 4 still.
6 points of damage.
Okay.
And math ain't mathin'. 25 to hit.
Hits.
5 points of damage.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Damn.
And that is it for me.
Okay. Yeah, these soldiers are not terribly tough. They're about as tough as you guys are. Except you got more abilities. So that's Varnia. I think this is round 4. Yeah, it's round 4. Okay. Well, Alira, what do? Oh, you're muted.
Okay, let's try that again. If I recall, there's one on the stairwell that is currently up against our cleric, who is at the top of the stairs, if I understand the situation correctly.
Yes, indeed. And you can get there.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there.
You think I'm gonna get there?
Advantage on flanking?
Advantage on flanking. We have been using those rules. Well,
okay.
Alira, you don't stand up very well.
No, I don't. I'm a little heavy. I have weight issues with the plate and the shield. However, will a 24 hit?
Yes.
Okay. That is going to be 7 plus 5. That's 12 points of damage on the first attack.
That'll do it for him. He's donezo.
Oh, damn. Okay. I end up running him through the back and end up hucking him off the edge of the stairs, clearing the way. Look up at our cleric friend. You got bigger.
You got shinier and heavier.
And I will end up continuing to trying to running interference for whatever combat might end up coming our way, as I'm trying not to end up getting blasted by the enemy ship.
Okay. Well, with one attack done, Lagon, you have no enemy in front of you anymore.
Then I'm going to get back on the ballista and I'm going to shoot at them.
Okay. So turning right around. And Karobe's gone and loaded it back up for you. And you can fire.
Let's see. Natural 20.
Oh! Okay. We're going to call that 5d6 times 2.
5d6 times 2?
Yep. Yeah, because I already have the 5d6. You want me to roll it?
Go ahead.
Ooh,
Although I got 12.
That's a lot of 5s.
I got 2d6 that I rolled 12 on, so
Well, I
they're my
rolled
Dragonite dice. I've only got the 2 in this little box.
21 damage that I rolled on number 6. He's just got a big old ballista bolt like sticking out of him now.
You should have 2.
Yep, a couple of big ballista bolts. It doesn't like that. Doesn't like that at all. But yeah, that's... do you want to do a bonus action?
Yeah, anybody close to a Lyra that's not a part of our team?
No.
Anybody within 60 feet of me that is not a member of my crew?
You can probably get the same guy.
Fine, he's going to get my spiritual weapon into his face.
Spiritual weapon in the face. We're gonna use just a simple barmaid token for it.
Let's see, spiritual weapon.
Because I don't have another weapon token.
There's not going to work. That's the wrong weapon. Spiritual weapon is +9 to hit, so 24 to hit. There's a 24 hit.
Oh yeah, 24 hits, yes. My bad. I spaced out there for a second.
Wasn't sure you heard me.
Mm.
Wasn't sure if my phone had cut out.
No, you good.
So that's going to be 13 points of force damage.
Okay. Very nice, very
I
nice.
think that's what spiritual weapon is now, is force.
Yeah, force damage.
Instead of radiant. And that'll be my turn.
Alright.
Because that's my movement, my action, my bonus action.
Okay. Which brings us to Arya. Good friend Arya.
Oh, geez, it didn't let me. Okay, so what I am thinking I am going to go ahead and do is, first things first, how close are these guys to us? Are they within 60 feet?
They are definitely within 60 feet of you.
Cool. I'm going to start off with choosing one of them and having them make a intelligence saving throw for a mind sliver again.
You might have to come out of cover to get one of them.
That is acceptable.
Okay.
I will move out of cover for that.
Okay, so you can come to the edge of the ship again to get
Wonderful.
Sure you're in range. All right, you're gonna target this one or this one?
We'll do the darker one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Mind
Yep.
sliver, intelligence saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
That is number 4. Number 4 has a +0 intelligence. I mean, that's a little better. So an 18 on the dice.
That's not gonna make it.
Oh, that's a fail.
Yep,
They would have had
he
to natural
failed.
20 in order to pass that, huh?
19.
Ah, yes.
So he's just barely there. So he's gonna take 3d6. He's gonna take 6 damage, and he has a -1d4 on his next saving throw, which is where I'm going to get to. I'm going to go ahead and use 2 sorcerer spell slots
2 sorcerer points.
to quicken a fireball, because they're in blasting range.
They are in blasting range. Okay, so let's roll that guy first. I will roll a d20 minus d4 for a deck save. For him's first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a 6 on the dice. On the d20, -3 on the d4, plus
Oh,
1 for
he's-
dexterity.
He's so boned.
He fucked. He fucked.
Holy shit!
So that's that guy. That's number 4's dexterity save. He is tiefling, so got a resistance to fire damage. So we'll see what happens with that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of them also got a natural 1. The other 2 are
Ooh.
18
This is gonna be so bad for them.
and 19. So we got 1 pass on number 3. And then for 5 and 6. Well, they also fail. So the only one who passed is number 3.
Great. I'm gonna cast this at 7th level.
Damn. I didn't realize you had 7th level spells in your pocket yet.
I do now. Where do you think the teleport came from? All right, so that's going to be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 d6 fire damage, and that is within 150 feet. One of those guys is taking all 12 d6 maximum damage. I don't know how much that is. What's 6 times 12? Wait, hold on, no. That's double damage, right? How does it work?
You roll 6. You roll 12d6 on roll 20, and then we'll calculate the house from there.
Okay, so that's gonna be 39. I think there's something I can do here that I can beef that up a bit. Let me check really
empowered
fast.
Spell.
It's not that. It's actually something else involving being in ASMR or Divine Sorcerer.
Oh, okay. One of your other feats. What other abilities?
Yeah. Let me see really quick. Favored. No, I misinterpreted it. That's only if I miss a saving throw or an attack roll.
Okay. So roll 12d6 on roll 20.
I already did.
Oh, what? You said it was 39?
Yep. 39 damage. Yep.
So, which would be half to 19? Half to 19, which would kill number 4. Because he failed, but is resisted, and that's still enough.
Okay.
39 on the rest, which is also half for resistance. So that is 19 on each one.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're all...
That is not the best damage I've ever done, but it'll do for now.
Yep, they're all tieflings, so... Or at least you think they're tieflings. They look like tieflings. They might be devils. You don't know.
But they were. You said the damage was halved for the fireball?
Half because they're resistant to fire.
Oh. Okay, noted. So the next time I should just go ahead and use thunder. That's fair. Okay. But I got it and got it off. So.
Okay. One of them looks real hurt, though. Real hurt.
Cool. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, if I have movement left, I'm gonna go ahead and return to my partial cover.
Yeah. You can get back to right there.
Wonderful. I like being hidden. I just came out, popped some shots, and then went back.
Yep.
Beautiful. Okay. I'm happy with that.
Nope. the one I took off was number 5. That should have been this guy. Not bad. It was right here. Okay. Alright. Well, the rest of them are getting close enough to be able to fire their ranged weapons, but they're not coming towards the ship yet. So that's 3, 4. I'll just keep them in order. But each one of those is only one shot. So 3 of them are gonna shoot at Vanya, and 2 are gonna shoot at Alira. Ooh, one's a natural 20. And then, well, a 16 to hit on a second one, and then a 4 to hit on the third.
The other 2 don't hit.
The other 2 don't hit. Okay, so the natural 20 is the only one.
Alright. And I will use my... let's punish him for that.
Punish him for that.
2 points of damage. 2 points of radiant damage for striking me. How dare.
Oh, I haven't gone to yours yet.
Yeah.
We'll do
Oh, I
yours
thought this was on me.
No, those were on them. Those were on Vanya.
Yep.
Okay.
So Vanya takes 11 points of force damage.
Eesh.
And then the 2 that are shooting at Alira, they're not very good at this, though. So,
Vanya's looking kind of rough right now.
ooh, yikes.
Maybe very rough.
Oh, that's another natural 20. And a 14 to hit, which probably doesn't hit. Derek. 14 doesn't hit, right? You're muted. But I also got a natural 20 on yours, too.
Oh, goddamn. Okay, well, the natural 20 hits, but I'm currently seeing with a hefty 24 armor class, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine, no, the 14 does not hit.
Alright. So that'll be 7 points of piercing damage on you, Alira.
Alright. Oh, that's a little bit better. I'm going to do 5. But I take 17. God damn.
What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Well, if they physically hit me, my armor goes off as a reaction.
Oh, well, yeah. That was 5. That was the... And how much damage was it?
5, if I recall. I
5.
just picked up this on my brain. My brain, no, my brain.
Well, that does 6 in. That does number
Okay.
6 in.
Congratulations, he got through the armor. Incinerated himself for it. I imagine this is it makes Alira just seem like an unholy terror upon the field.
Mm-hmm. As it's dying, though, you hear it shout out, "I'm sorry, Lady Zariel."
Lady Zarya. Yeah,
And they go careening into the water below. All right.
Well, gotta get back to it.
That's their turn. Enemy ship's turn is going to fire its weapon again at the Daedalus. Nope, that's worse than last time. Doesn't hit. Daedalus is fine. Kaz and the captain are continuing to course the ship forward, attempting to speed up, see if they can lose this enemy ship. But the enemy ship is also keeping pace pretty well. So, round 5, Vanya.
First course of action, casting a level 3 Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay.
Because that needs to be a thing.
That needs to be a thing, yep.
Yeah, no, down to 3 HP.
Brother.
That's your fault.
I know.
That takes me back up to 27.
Okay.
Thankfully.
So that's your action, bonus action?
Well, technically I'm still hasted.
You are still hasted.
So-
You have a hasted action too.
Yep.
You can do both.
Which one of the remaining guys is the most injured at the moment?
Number 2, so that would be this one right here.
Yep, he's getting a couple arrows.
No, that's 3. This is number 2. This one.
Yep, okay. A couple arrows heading his way.
Well, you only have one
17
hasted action.
Okay, well, fair. 17 to hit.
17 hits.
6 points of damage.
Looking pretty
Bonus action.
pretty bad.
Zephyr's gonna fly out there and bite the one in front.
Bite the one in front, so that's number 3. Flying dog.
Flying doggo. 21 to hit.
Hits. Number 3.
And that is 9 points piercing and 2 points fire.
Reduced to 1 because they're tiefling.
Yep. Yeah, deal with a dragon dog in your face.
Okay. Dragon dog is angry.
Very.
Alright. So that does it for Vanya, I believe. Alira. You're muted.
Unfortunately, I can't exactly engage anyone out in the air, so I am going to end up moving back to the center of the board just to respond to anybody who tries to land.
Okay.
Yep. And I am going to fire 2 shots. Or, let me double check.
You need crossbow expert in order to be able to fire 2 shots. You can fire 1.
Okay. So even with hasted action, it wouldn't count as 2?
No, actually, hasted action would give you 2. Yep.
Okay. Alright. First one is going to end up being 26.
26 will hit. Which one are you,
Okay.
which one are you attacking? The one that Zephyr's on, or 1, 2?
The one that Zephyr's on, because Zephyr's best boy, and we need to end up protecting him at all costs.
Yes, indeed.
Oh.
All right.
And that is a... D6.
Mhm.
Wow, okay, that's 11 points of damage.
Ooh, that's nice.
That's very nice. Does an 18 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay, that is going to be a 9 points of damage as well.
Whew. She's pretty good with a gun.
It definitely ends up helping in this regard. After all, it is
Gotta love
weapon of
them
my
drow-
people.
Them drow blasters. Yep. You see, what the rest of you see is that she pulls out this kind of small, like, hand weapon that you've seen other drow use before, and you've seen in some of the looting that you've done. It's an arcane sort of hand crossbow ? In that it doesn't really require reloading per se, but it does take a moment to charge. so ammunition isn't a thing. But it does still having the loading property, and the only way to ignore loading property is hit crossbow expert. So with that being said, a bolt of energy shoots out from this hand crossbow and kind of jolts the thing that it jolts the soldier that it hits. The Shadowhar soldier, like square in the chest, and kind of gives him a little bit of a zzz. And with it being force damage, it is not resisted. Alright. So, that is Alira's action and hasted action. You wanted to do a bonus? Or you have a bonus that you want to use? Alira? You have a bonus action you want to use?
I wish there was, but unfortunately, no. I don't believe reloading is a bonus action either. So
no.
Nope. Unfortunately, I have no bonus action I can use.
Okay. That's Alira's turn. We got Lagon. You are up on the
They're
ballista, my
within
friend.
90 feet, right?
All four of them are within 90 feet. Yep.
Alright, so I am going to spend my 6th level spell slot for Blade Barrier.
Blade barrier.
And I'm going to aim it so that I get them and not Zephyr.
Okay. Is it a
20-foot tall wall is going to appear 5 feet wide, full of spinning scimitar style like blades.
okay on a line?
Yeah.
So you can light it up to get 3, or you can light it up to get 1.
I'm going to get 3.
Get 3. Okay. So the blade barrier is going to land at a line on these 3.
So it's going to be a
1, 2, and
straight wall.
okay.
Like, let's see.
And it's a dex save.
Yes, it is.
Okay. No, I cocked that one. Well, I don't think with a high of 13 that all 3 of them are gonna save. They're all they're all getting hit with the full damage.
So that is going to be, let's see,
1, 2,
it is
5.
100 feet long, 20 feet high, 5 feet thick. Actually, no. Yeah, let's do it like that, because it's going to be a wall extending from them all the way out. So if the ship comes in the next 10 minutes, they're going to go through that blade barrier.
Okay. All right. And that is you concentrating on that too?
Yes.
Okay. What's the damage?
Give me just a minute. Where did my D10s be? $30. 39 points of slashing damage.
Okay, so number 2 is Dunzo. So 39.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two that are left are looking pretty hurt.
It's difficult terrain as well.
Okay. Okay. Bonus action?
My spiritual weapon is going to move the 20 feet that it can move to try and hit one of them if it can.
Yep, it can hit number 5.
Then I'm going to take a swing at him.
All right.
26 to hit.
Hits.
And 11 points of force damage.
And that one goes careening into the water, shouting, "Forgive me."
There is no forgiveness.
Okay. Well, that does it for your turn, Lagon?
Yes. Because I don't really... There's nobody on the ship. I don't have to really move around. There's a blade barrier that if they keep coming after us, they're going to have to all go through for the next 10 minutes. It's 100 feet long, it's 20 feet tall, and it's 5 feet wide, 5 feet thick.
Okay. Okay, so that's your turn. Next up is Arya.
Well, initially I was thinking I was going to go ahead and MacGyver myself a call lightning, but looking at this instead, seeing so many have dropped out, I think I'm just gonna give him the pew pew pew. Magic missile. Yeah, we'll just magic missile. Yep, that one.
On number 1. All right.
Boop, 17 damage.
And it's dead, careening into the
Woohoo!
water below.
Didn't even get to the ship.
Nope.
Get him, Zephyr! Get him! Good boy!
Bonus action?
Bonus action. The only thing I would realistically do is, I got that sword. I think what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna go head over to one of the ballistas.
The only ballista that is on the ship is the one that Lagon is manning. You don't have any others on the ship.
Okay, if that's all there is, then, do we have any cannons?
No.
Can I move to one of the No, we don't have cannons.
Nope.
We didn't get the second ballista set up on the aft. We're still waiting for that to get done.
Oh.
Yep, you only have the one ballista on the 4, no other weapons. You're a transport ship. You're not really a fighter.
I think that needs to be changed. We're going into war. We need a warship.
We are just not where we can do so at the moment.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we can just leave it here. But anyways, I don't really have anything else at the moment. I think I'm just gonna call that my turn.
Okay.
Because no one is near my spiritual weapon, and that's the only other thing I could do.
Yeah. Well, the one has a dog in front of him. And does not like a dog in front of him. So he's gonna attack the dog twice. Okay, so a 22 and a 17.
Oh, sad.
22 hits, 17 does not.
Oh, did I calculate that right? Hang on, that's number 2. Hang on. Hold, please. Oh, it would have been 18 instead. But I don't think that hits either.
18 does not hit.
Okay, so one is going to... That is 1d6 worth of damage. With 7 points. He's attacking
Okay.
the dog.
Yeah, not just pissing the dog off more.
Yeah.
And his owner.
True. True in that. Okay. Enemy ship does not...
Just to answer your question very quickly, I got a 25 on my initiative, and hello everyone!
Hello.
My power is back, so I am here.
Yay!
Kaz, you have been assisting the
You've been
captain.
assisting me in loading the ballista so that I
Nope.
can fire it
Nope.
around.
Wrong. Karobe has. Kaz has
Oh,
been
that was
assisting with
Karobe.
navigating the ship.
I'm
The
ship navigation.
first off, before that happens though, the enemy ship does not seem to be sending out more troops and is instead steering away, leaving with a last-ditch effort to fire.
Blade barrier gives us 3/4 cover behind it.
Okay, yep, then that is not gonna hit. It whiffs. And so, with one guy left on the enemy side to handle things, he's the one guy is still pursuing, but his home ship is steering off in another direction. They're not making a move to intercept anymore.
Question.
So, yes.
If he's still in the blade barrier, he's got to make another saving throw.
Oh, he wasn't the one in the blade barrier.
Okay. If he goes through it, he's going to have to make the saving throw.
No, he's on the other side. The
How-
ones who were in the
How far
blade barrier.
away is that ship?
Couple 100 feet,
Like 200 feet?
like 200 or less. Yeah.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Okay, which does bring us to your turn, Kaz. Are you turning? Because you have been on a course to make for the port of Drakefast in order to land the ship in the water there. With that, what do you intend to do?
These guys attacked us.
Mm-hmm.
They're not getting away. I'm gonna grab one of the other members and tell them, hard port towards the ship. Try and bring us alongside.
Okay. So, you and the captain giving out the orders to the rest of the crew to make a intercept course for the enemy ship instead.
Mm-hmm. I'm then just gonna go say hello to my friends on the enemy ship by virtue of a double dash.
You are not in water. You are floating in the air. So unless you
Yep,
have flight,
I can pop flight via a dash action thanks to my wings unfurled ability.
oh, okay.
So that's when I take a dash for step of the wind. So it's basically sprint, dash into the air, kind of Wile E. Coyote style, spread the wings, dash further, which is
Just say
200
fucking
feet.
monk. That's all you need to say.
Yeah, I'm doing monk things.
Monk things. So how far in total can you run that way? Run
200 feet.
total? Okay. With,
Yep.
with and that's with your bonus action, step
Bonus
of the
action.
wind. That's with your
And an
action
action
to dash. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's movement, action to dash, step of the wind.
The bonus action dash and pop wings as well.
So that so your normal movement is 50?
Mhm.
So that would be 150 with those three.
Is that the way dash is worded? Because I know they changed the way that dash was worded in 2024 to stop this shit from happening, but
Well, we're using 2014, so
yeah, no, that's why I'm checking to make sure that
yeah, so dash, so your Your,
Increase equals your speed. Is equal to your movement speed after any modifiers.
okay, so you get 50
So
for
a
move.
dash is a modifier to the speed. So technically, my movement speed becomes 100 feet when I dash, which becomes 200 feet when I dash again.
Wait, hold on. So, step of the wind, the way that it's worded is that
I take
is
a dash.
a second dash action?
Yep, I can take a dash as an action and a bonus action.
Okay, so you get your initial movement, which is
50.
You get your dash
Then
action, which is 50.
Which puts that up to 100 feet of movement for the turn.
Yes. And then
Increases movement speed by
bonus
50 feet
action.
for the turn, and then bonus action dash, which would increase my movement speed by my movement speed.
Which is 50.
Which is... Well, no, because I've already dashed.
The way that I've always ruled it
is
it's your base speed.
Yeah, so dash is a modifier to movement speed. It's your movement speed. It's basically when you dash equal to your movement speed.
Which is 50.
So if you dash once in a turn already, your movement speed isn't your base, it's double your base, because you've already modified it by dashing once. Because that's how you get your 400 feet.
That is never how I have ruled that.
Yeah, that is how you get your 400 foot like Tabaxi monk.
Yeah, I have.
Their special double movement thing as well.
I've never ruled it that way. Dash is always an extra movement. It has never been double your movement. At least the way that I've played it is, you get an extra base movement on top of your movement. So you spend an action to dash, you get your base movement again. You spend a second, like a bonus action to dash, then you get your base movement again.
So when you take the dash action, you gain extra movement for the current turn. The increase equals your speed after applying any modifiers. So if you dash once, your speed was 100 feet for the turn.
I'm gonna roll with that
That's
for
fine.
now. I'm not gonna roll with that in the future. You know my rules for the future.
Okay, yep, that's fair enough. But yeah, no, that is why they changed the text on Dash for 2024 to actually stop exactly this.
Yeah, because that's rules lawyering and semantics, and I don't like that. But yes.
But yes, I'm taking a visit to the enemy ship.
Okay.
Because they're not escaping.
So
they decided to attack us. They're going to be the consequences of it.
Okay. So I don't have a board for the enemy ship. I just have your board. So
that's fine. I'm over there.
You're over there. And you can't really do anything just yet.
Not yet. So the things
That's
that I will do over
turn.
there will come on my next turn.
Okay.
Yep, that's my full turn.
All right. So Vanya, what you doing?
There's someone harassing my dog.
There
They're
is
gonna get
someone.
an arrow.
Yep. And they're pretty hurt already, so
Yeah, that's 17 to hit.
17 to hit will hit.
And Zephyr's using his reaction for this too.
Okay.
That
Let's go,
is 8 points of piercing and 3 points of fire.
Reduced to 1. Because T-Flame.
Yep. And then a second arrow.
Get it.
If things would like to pop up for me, 24 to hit.
Hits.
4 points of damage.
Okay.
And then arrow number 3.
Yep. Hasted action.
16 to hit.
Hits.
6 points of damage.
And with an arrow straight between the eyes, that last one goes careening right into the water below you. So, I think now is a good time for us to take a quick break, because I am going to set up for you all, or at least Kaz, on the other ship. and we'll figure out what you guys do next for the remainder of this war that you see on the horizon. So, we'll be right back soon, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Where we had left off, Kaz had made his way over to the enemy ship using his dragon-like abilities, having studied the ways of the Draconic Order, making his way instantly almost to the enemy ship in order to start wreaking some havoc and to get them to maybe slow down so that the Daedalus can catch up. In the meantime, the Daedalus had to steer around the blade barrier that Lagon had put up and start making the turn themselves in order to go back towards the in order to chase down this enemy ship. With that being said, the city of Drakefast is on the horizon. Well, closer than the horizon, really. Is only maybe a couple thousand feet away from you now, as well as has airships and the from both sides, both the Grioran Empire and the Shadowhar, as well as infantry in flight and on the ground, taking up arms with one another. So, with that being said, the enemy ship is already way ahead of the Daedalus, and the Daedalus is several hundred feet behind it. In order to be able to try and catch up, well, it's going to take a little bit of careful planning. So, Kaz, you're on the enemy ship. What have you been doing?
So the first thing I've been doing is, obviously, I'm going to immediately probably encounter some kind of enemy resistance.
You are, yes. Plenty of crewmates.
My goal is to getting to the helmsman to stop them from turning away is one thing, but if I want to slow this thing down, I need to get to the place where they're managing the engines.
So you've been dashing down to the lower decks.
Yep.
Give me a quick Arcana check. As you're running, trying to determine...
That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. There's a humming coming from this ship. A humming from the engines that sort of hover on the outside of the ship and are attached mechanically to the hull of the ship. So there's some kind of mechanism going on. That much you are understanding. It doesn't really have much in the way of wings, so these must be what is keeping it afloat in the air. So, with that being said, with there being a whirring of some kind of mechanism or something, there has to be an engine room. Therefore, going to the lower decks does make a lot of sense to you. And so, these might be some kind of more mechanical engines from your understanding. They may have some magical elements, but are primarily... They're not like the crystals that are on the outs and exterior of the Daedalus. Because those are 100% arcade.
Different fuel source.
Different fuel source, but still kind of in a way a hovering.
Similar technology, but yeah. No, I get you. It's like levitation and levitation
doesn't run on
propulsion.
wind at all. Yeah, that much.
No.
Yeah. So mechanisms and magic definitely make sense, and so you head for the lower decks to find an engine room, to find. You're being chased down by crew members, but they can't really keep up with you because you have the speed of a monk. So you are able to quickly get down to the lower decks and find the engine room. Now, when you get there, there are engineers that are running the engine room itself, with plenty of panels and mechanisms and all sorts of other things surrounding them, including not really fuel tanks, but something akin to like the central mechanism.
Yeah. A place where the fuel, a place where I guess like a fuel like intake nexus, as it were, kind of like what's distributing fuel to the engines.
Yeah.
Fuel.
It's powering the mechanism inside the engine from the outside, whatever that is.
Yeah. Give it the chance of having a chance to kind of look at this for a second before, the crew members can come in busting behind me.
This mechanism is also humming very loud. You can barely hear.
There's something in there, clearly. Right? There has to be something in there in order for this to work. But this humming...
You've heard engines hum before, right?
Yeah, but not like this, right? Like a lot of engines you would have heard, there are some very basic, small-time combustion engines. You got steam engines and things like that, right? For locomotives.
Yep.
And then, of course, you've got the crystal engines of the Daedalus that hum with like an arcane energy.
Yep.
But this is different. I would assume that it's like a different timbre to the hum. It's
it maybe
not
sounds
it's
different,
not,
but you would assume it's a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, similar thing, yeah.
Like each
So I can
type
attack
of
this.
engine has different sound to it, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I could attack this and drop the entire ship now.
Good.
I could do that.
Good. Send the whole ship down in the water. Or into a building. You're close enough to the city that might happen.
War has casualties. Little collateral damage. Little collateral damage is you could repair a building. Is the thing. You could repair a building.
Since the city's been under attack, maybe all the civilians have gone to ground or something. Who knows? They're not there.
Yeah, they might have garrisoned up or something. But I think attacking this central mechanism might be a good idea. But given it's an engine, I wouldn't go ahead and attack like a crystal engine with my hand, right? Because it's literally right there. So if it explodes, whoosh. So I'm going to attack it with the blades.
Okay. You are going to find yourself resisted by some engineering crew members. Let's see. They're going to have weapons on them and things like that to be able to defend themselves. Now, these crew members maybe don't seem as wild as the infantry that had come up on the ship. So that much you notice for sure. But a lot of them are tieflings, some of them are humans, some of them are bigger than that.
Alright.
So, but those are the ones on deck that you passed. You're kind of dealing with the engineers at the moment.
Yeah. Which they're going to be like somewhat combat capable, given that they probably all went through basic training, but they're probably not going to be anywhere near as much of a resistance as a thing. And if they try to stop me, then these blades are on chains. I will just start spinning, right?
There. Okay. Well, they're going to attempt to attack you. So the first one gets 2 attacks with a melee weapon on their hip. Well, a lot of good that did. 13 does not hit you, does it? Nope. That guy fully whiffed. Guy number 2. Is going to get a 21 to hit.
That'll hit me.
Okay, that one will hit you. So that's the 1. For 8 points of slashing damage.
Ow.
Ow. So what do you do in response? They're in melee range of you.
I am still gonna attack the attack the engines, the main kind of central console, but
Okay.
I will also make sure that I spare a fist for each of them.
Okay, so the console is just going to be a base AC with some health, and
Sure.
you just have to be able to penetrate the AC.
That's a 30?
That'll hit.
And that's gonna be 16 points of slashing damage and 3 points of necrotic.
Okay.
And the second one is a natural 20.
I figured as much, because you get those a lot.
I mean, to be fair, that's my first one on, like, 4 rolls. That is...
Sorry, what was the first amount of damage?
It was 16 slashing, 3 necrotic.
Okay.
And the second one will be 19 slashing and 5 necrotic.
You find that necrotic damage doesn't work.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. It's metal. It's unliving metal and stuff, so that makes sense.
And what happens when you hit it is there is a shriek that goes out through the whole of the engine room. Did I lose sound?
No.
Okay.
No.
The music stopped on me for some reason. I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
yeah,
did
no,
my
the-
headphones bug out on me?
Just
Okay.
the music was fading out just as you began to exposit.
Right. So, a loud shriek goes out. The engineers, their faces go white.
Carl's just kind of slow turns. A shriek is something that's very...
Very mechanical shriek, but a shriek nonetheless.
A shriek is something that you would normally pertain to something that's living, right? That sort of sound is not something that a machine makes, usually. And one of the engineers is going to find himself grabbed. Like, they're already in melee range, so it's not like
Yeah.
a proper grapple, but it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
a grab. You tell me what's running this ship, and you tell me now.
Don't hit it. For fuck's sake!
Tell me what's running this ship.
Energy?
What kind of energy? Energy doesn't shriek. So unless you wish to drown, I would suggest that you tell me.
Just don't hit it, please!
I'm gonna deck him.
Fucking do it.
That's a 22.
Hits.
And that's That's max damage, which is 14 points of blood. This was just bludgeoning damage. He's not putting any of his draconic stuff either. It's just a punch. Just literally clock this dude across the face. Answer the question. Or there will be more.
It's very complex. It's hard to explain in just one sitting, but just
What's the fuel?
simpler terms.
These engines have a fuel, right?
Simple terms. Souls.
Car's just.
Uh,
You see his expression go blank.
the dead don't need them anymore.
Blaspheming fox. Is this like an open plan engine room? Is there like a way down? Is there like a hole?
No.
Okay.
There's a deck floor underneath.
Okay, because you know how sometimes some engine rooms, right? Like if you imagine like the helicarrier from the Avengers, right? How that engine room has access to the outside. It's like basically walkways across a gap, like a chasm.
There's plenty of piping that leads out to the exterior of the ship, but
Yeah, but it's no actual hole. Okay, cool. You know what? I have a really easy solution to this. And I'm gonna punch the thing again, and I'm gonna continue hitting it with the swords. After I punch this dude in the face again for blaspheming in my presence.
Well, he's going to try and attack you again because he doesn't want you to do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get to punch him in the face first because that'll be the end of, like, basically quote-unquote turn, and then he'll get to attack me, and then I get to attack the thing again.
Exactly.
That is a 29.
Hits.
And that is 9 points of, this time it's lightning damage.
Ooh, he's just a buzz with lightning damage.
Then,
You've electrocuted.
yeah,
his
if they're gonna continue to try and stop me, then they get to swing.
Yep, he's gonna try and like stop you moving and actually try and pull you back. So he's gonna actually attempt to grapple.
Oh, that is a contested check.
It is. Oh, that's miserable.
I got a 28
12.
on an acrobatics check.
Why do I even try? Why do I even try with you?
It's one of the
Because there's a
the first time-
5% chance that it actually works.
Well, look, Coffee. This is the first time I've ever rolled an acrobatics check ever on with this character.
Okay. So his attempt to grapple you is not successful, but the other guy is going to try and attack you with 2 swings with a melee weapon.
Yeah. Sure.
He's trying to kill you. He wants you dead. You're going to blow up this whole fucking ship. 17 and 24?
The 17 does not, the 24 does.
Okay. For 6 points of slashing damage.
Then nicks. It's nicking him.
Yeah.
And it's a little painful, but it's not slowing him down any. As he's gonna he's gonna make another 2 swings at
the console?
At the console, yes.
Okay.
Wow, okay, that is a natural 20.
Goddamn.
That is 15 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And that one is a 31.
To hit?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, hits.
which will be 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
I'm just not rolling. I'm not rolling the necrotic because there's no.
Yeah.
It's immune. Saves me rolling dice.
More shrieks, and this time the console is starting to fizzle with some crackling energy.
And yeah, bonus action. That good dude who's attacking me, I'm gonna kick him in the face.
Okay.
That is only a 15.
Hits.
Oh, okay. That was a very low roll for me. All right, that's gonna be 12 points of lightning damage.
On the first guy, the guy who was attempting to grapple you.
No, the guy who was attempting to attack me with swords.
Oh, okay.
And the second one, that is a 29.
Hits.
And that is 12 points of lightning damage to that second guy again.
Okay, and so he starts like spasming on the ground.
Yeah, just a quick like left-right of one of Kaz's feet across first one side of his face and then the other side of his face, like a double slap, but with his foot.
Just tumbles over himself and passes out in an electric sort of like spasm before he is not moving anymore. So, with that being said, the Daedalus. How were y'all?
Daedalus here.
How
What's
were
going
y'all?
on?
How were y'all attempting to catch up, if at all?
Well, if we're within 300 feet,
Which you are.
I am going to cast Insect Plague at 5th level.
Just on the ship.
As close to the helm as I can.
You're about 300 feet, or less than 300 feet from the rear. The 4 is going to be more than that.
It's a 20-foot radial sphere.
Okay, so you're in range to put it right on the
After the ship?
Right on the back railing of the after the ship. Which
Okay.
may get the helm, may not.
And then, like I said, it's my attempt to try and get the helm in that, but it's a 20-foot radius sphere from that point all the way around, top, bottom, through the decks, and all of that insect plague.
Okay.
And anybody in that area is going to be making a Constitution saving throw, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's my attempt to try and get the helm so that they lose their ability to steer the ship.
Right. I'm trying to think of how far below the aft railing the engine room is, because the engine room is in the aft of the ship. But I think it's more than 2 decks
20.
below.
Okay, I was gonna say, if it's only 2 decks below, then I'm sorry, Kaz.
Nope. There's a third deck at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where the engine room is, so it's outside of the range, so Kaz doesn't have to worry about it.
Good.
Anyone
Maybe
else
I
doing
see
something?
just a couple of bugs at the very back of the engine room. Like, what the hell was
Very
that?
like right in the corner where the ceiling meets
Yeah.
meets the
It's like there's
aft.
bugs there. I'm like, where the hell did those come from? What?
Yeah, like right in the corner where like the engine room ceiling meets the aft wall.
You would recognize these, Kaz. These are the insects that come out when Lagan calls the insect plague. You know these as giant wasps that normally you're only seeing that attack tarantulas.
Oh no, right. It's those. Alright, I'm gonna have to be careful when I go back upstairs.
All right. Anyone else from the Daedalus planning on doing something?
How fast
Okay.
are we moving?
You're keeping pace. So you and the enemy ship are at the same speed. But there, a couple thousand feet away is the Newport section of Drakecast, and they're getting bombarded, and especially the military fort.
Okay.
I have two ideas.
Okay.
How far away are we?
300 feet from your fore to the enemy aft.
I'm not catching up.
Now, I could fly over there, but I have a grappling hook and a shit ton of rope.
And a ballista.
Yeah, and you do have
I don't know what that is.
You have a ballista on the aft section. No, on the fore section of your
shit.
ship.
We're just gonna harpoon them and lure.
Yeah,
I'm
you can-
treating the enemy ship as a whale.
Okay.
You could definitely do that. You are.
You might want to use the ballista for that.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
the intention.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh
So
shit.
with the,
I didn't know we had access to a ballista.
Yep.
I was just going to do dumb things.
So shooting the ballista is going to be an attack roll from Karobe, so just roll a d20. And you are
Okay.
aiming to hit the AC of the enemy ship. The enemy
Alright.
ship AC is 15.
Well, that is an 18.
Ooh. So you are able to connect 300 feet. Now, do you have 300 feet of rope?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All in one single piece?
How did, like, I have that many 50 increments. I, like, bought a
You would
bunch
have
of
to-
rope at one point.
You would have.
Could I...
You would have to connect them first, yeah. But then you could shoot the ballista. So this would take several turns for you to do. But you are successful in doing so.
Yeah. That's fine.
So, for as many turns as Oz
Thematically,
has
he
spent-
could have spent the time turning around tying knots in those ropes.
Right. That's what I'm considering here. Is that in the time that Kaz has done what he has done so far, that is what Karobe has been doing. What has everybody else been doing? Lagan cast an insect plague on them. What is Alira, Arya, and Vanya doing?
I'm gonna use guidance. If Karobe's gonna drag that thing in, I'm using guidance on him, and just gonna let him do what he does best with those goddamn strength rolls.
I wasn't thinking about pulling our ships closer together, but thank you. And now this is what I'm doing.
If he gets okay, in fairness, if he gets 30 or more, that's the impossible. It counts. He should have it. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. That's what I'm doing. Guidance. Let's go.
Okay. Vanya.
Vanya's using another third level cure wounds on herself.
Okay. And
Oh,
Alira.
yeah, let's take some time to heal.
I'm just covering the ballista at this point because there's very little I can do, but at the very least I can make sure this plan goes off without a hitch.
Okay. So let's turn back to Kaz for a moment. So Kaz, I believe it is your turn in that regard. So what are you doing?
Continuing to I've noticed the killer wasps, and I'm like, oh, Lagan. Oh, that's gonna suck when I go upstairs.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Then you hear something impact the ship, and probably see it splinter through the wall.
Yeah, just hear a kashunk. What are they doing up there?
You probably hear it from the deck directly above you. Well, you can barely hear in this place, actually, because the humming and the shrieking is so loud.
Well, I'm just gonna continue attacking it then.
Okay. Swing, swing.
That's a 27.
Hit.
I'll just roll the second one now. And that is another 27.
Okay, hits. Roll some damage.
That's across both of those attacks. That's 32 points of slashing damage. That's max roll on both of them. That's pretty nice, actually. I like that.
You're just swinging and swinging and swinging at everything, willy-nilly, regardless of what this thing is, regardless of buttons, regardless of screens, regardless of pipes, regardless of tanks, whether... Doesn't matter what it is. You don't understand 100%
I'm swinging the blades wildly. Yeah.
Just swinging wildly to disconnect everything. And it's fizzling with some arcane energy now. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I can do this.
I just had a really stupid idea. Sorry.
22.
Okay. Because this machine is lashing out to defend itself. Which is...
There's something in there. Something alive.
6 points of necrotic damage. As a sort of arc of energy just kind of zaps out at you. From the console itself. From a dead screen, even. And it's starting to fizzle wildly, whether it's, whether it's actually reaching out and attacking you specifically, or you just caught a bolt of it.
Stray arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fizzling, and you know it's gonna break soon.
So...
The engineers have started to bolt.
I'm gonna need to...
Klaxons are starting to go off in the ship. You're alone in the engine room.
He told me there were souls in here.
Yep, he did.
Let's put those to use, shall we? The central console is like a nexus for all of this stuff, so... I'm gonna... Like I did with the tree. Both blades in, twist, and see if I can begin absorbing.
Okay. Make another attack roll.
Yep, I can do that. And that is a 26.
You jam in the blades. Arcs of energy are continuing to bolt out of this thing. I need another wisdom saving throw.
That is a non-natural 20.
Okay. You're going to take 5 points of necrotic damage, but as you stab into this thing, whatever this is, not only are there arcs coming out of this thing now, there are apparitions that are just whizzing at you now. And just at rapid speed are just bombarding you and exiting the hole in this thing that you have made. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw now.
That is a 25.
Okay.
And
So-
evasion will mean I will take no damage.
Yes. Yes, indeed. You are able to successfully evade all of these things, but anyone who wasn't you wouldn't. And they're continuing to spiral around you, exiting quickly out of this engine room and into the rest of this ship. And you start to feel your stomach sink. Like you're losing altitude quickly. Which the rest of you see. It starts to lose altitude. The humming that you did hear, you no longer hear from this ship. You start to see this thing start to plummet, nose first, down towards the water, heading straight for the docks of Drakefast. You see bolts of energy start to come out of this thing. You start to see that there are... that crew members are jumping ship.
It's going to land and damage the docks and the coast.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And
okay,
if your rope is attached to your ship, it is dropping at a speed that would break the rope.
Okay, I was going to see if I could alter the trajectory by one final pull.
Only a natural 20. I'm telling you that right now. You can roll it, but only a natural 20 will affect it.
You got the guidance.
What's a guy? What's
plus?
It just adds a D.
It's a D4.
If
Okay.
it's a nat 20, it's a nat 20. So
yeah,
20 to nat 20.
Might as well.
5%.
I'll roll it. I did, in fact, just roll a natural 20. So
no shit.
So total, that would be 3. So if it's in athletics, that would be a 36.
Holy fuck. This dude is doing beyond the impossible, Coffee.
He is. I almost don't believe it. I almost don't believe that you rolled a natural 20.
I wish we could set up dice cams.
Oh my
because that just happened.
That's shit for luck. God damn. Okay.
Look, I rolled a natural 20 today, okay? That proves anything's possible.
This is true.
You're right.
I rolled a natural 1 last game.
So, what ends up happening is, Kurobe, you see that this thing is starting to sizzle and fizzle, and there's arcs of energy starting to come out of this thing shortly before it starts to go down. So instinctively, you grab onto the rope, and you pull with all of your might. All of your might you start to see a little bit of something. A flash of the face of the Platinum Dragon in your mind. And as if you're pulling with the might of a dragon, you begin to heave. You're trying to keep this thing from... You know this thing's going to crash. You know this thing is going to crash into the city. And you're trying with all of your might to try and change that. 1 hand. 2 hands. 3 hands. As you pull it in. And after you reach your 4th hand up to pull this thing back, the rope snaps. Just as this thing's... something in the engine fizzles completely and this thing starts to careen into the water. Was it enough? Was it truly enough? You wait. You wait, and you wait. So Kaz, leaving you
in the bowels of a very quickly careening towards the water, and will very likely kill me if it hits ship.
And your stomach is sinking like you are falling.
Draw the blades out. Now it's time to make a hole in the side, let the room explosively decompress, and for me to basically get sucked out in the resultant vacuum. And I will use a bonus action to pop my wings so it sucks me upwards.
Okay, so keep in mind, this ship is made of metal.
I'm gonna be hitting it.
Metal and wood.
Holy shit.
That's a 21.
That'll hit the wall. Is it enough to break through? Do damage.
And this one will probably be a hand attack.
Okay.
By virtue of the fact that that's gonna be 9 points of fire damage. Basically, using some draconic technique to see if I can melt my way through, because it's striking this thing with bladed weapons. It's not gonna work. Not at the size that I am. But heat might work a bit better.
And you start to punch it with some heat. And damn, this thing's gonna take forever to get through.
Coffee.
Yes.
Could I make one suggestion of something that could have happened?
Okay.
Instead of the rope breaking, could I have pulled a part of the ship off of itself and made a hole?
On the deck above me.
On the deck above him, yeah. It wouldn't, because I did say that it impacted a deck above.
Metal. Kaz is not a very intelligent man, but he does know something about metal. If you cool it really quickly, and then you heat it really quickly, it becomes really, really brittle. So his second punch is going to be of a cold variety.
Okay.
Basically switching between fire and cold. Just freeze it, heat it, freeze it, heat it.
Okay.
Hey.
That will be a 25.
Hits.
That will be 10 points of cold damage, because he heated it first, now it's cold.
Okay.
Bonus action, flurry of blows, because I'm burning key like a motherfucker here.
Yes, you are. You are indeed.
That is a 27.
Hits.
That is 14 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to replace the final attack with a breath, and this one's going to be cold in a cone. So
Okay.
basically, yeah, just heating it, cooling it, heating it, cooling it, heating it, cooling it.
Okay.
And hopefully I can get this thing to shatter.
Okay. And, well, it's a wall, so there's no deck save. So it will do damage.
Do the damage. Do the la 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 la. That is 21 points of cold damage.
It's starting to buckle.
Oh shit.
Then I'm
Bring us
going to
back
need...
to everyone else first. What is everyone else doing? This thing is
I have an idea.
going crashing.
I have an idea, but only if you'll allow it, because I'm freaking the fuck out. My boy's gonna go down. I still have one inspiration.
Okay.
May I exchange this inspiration for a spell slot?
What spell slot?
7th level for the purposes of 1 teleport. Myself to Cause. I will also give up all my sorcery points that I have left for the
How many do you have
intent.
left?
Oh god, I have I have 5 left.
Okay. To get a 7th level
Can
spell
do.
slot, how many points would you need to spend?
Oh gosh, like too many. Hold on. Source server 5e. Let me look. The conversion is. It's always. So let's see. Spell slot 5th level is 7. 6th level, I can presume, because it seems to be going up by 2 for each one. So 7th, 8th, 9.
9.
It'd be 9.
Okay. Your inspiration plus all of your sorcery points. And all of your spell slots.
All of the spell slots?
Yep.
That would not work for the turn that I have. The idea that I have.
Well, besides
There's
this,
always-
you spend all of your spell slots to make the 7th level spell slot.
Well, if I was going to do that, then I think it's actually cheaper to just actually do it. So, hold on. Let me use some conversion.
Because you can
There's
spend spell
always-
slots to make sorcery points, right?
Yeah, let me double check the conversion. I'm going to figure that out really fast. Go to someone else while I do some math.
Okay. Because I'll let you do that all in a turn to spend your inspiration.
Yeah, okay.
There's always the small chance, but divine intervention is always a possibility.
Lagon can spend his divine inspiration, see what happens.
No, it's divine intervention. It's I have to roll percentile dice, and it's
Get
lower
under
than
your
Yeah, that's
my
what I mean by
level.
see what happens.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
So, and the intervention is specifically asking Wild Mother to bring cause to the deck of our ship from that ship.
Okay. So let's see what divine intervention.
Holy shit! 00 and 7.
That's a 7.
That's a
That's
7.
under his level.
That's a
He
7.
just proc divine intervention.
I'm stunned.
Okay.
Okay.
So, as Arya is panicking, she's doing what she can. She's maybe bathing it out to see what she can do to actually like make herself be able to get to cause. And maybe she's like verbalizing this out loud and trying to do the math and everything. Lagon, you let out a prayer. Please bring cause back.
I imagine I'm holding a death grip on the tome that I got from Celine, because it is now my religious holy symbol.
Mm-hmm.
And putting my head on the cover of the book in this prayer, asking the Lord to bring cause to the deck of this ship before it crashes.
What happens is the ship is continuing to descend. You're looking and seeing the that it's going to somewhat avoid the docks. So there's maybe some hope there. But it is still going to hit the water. Reaching out, Lagon, you reach out to the Wild Mother. And Arya, you get a surge of energy. Like he's speaking to you.
Just going to look at him like, what are you doing?
And as if... Cat, go on. As if effortless. It's like reaching into the fabric of space, grabbing him, and pulling him back. That's what it feels like. What the rest of you see is her hand disappears into the air. A swirl of sort of energy just kind of wrapped around her forearm. Her eyes kind of close for a moment. And when she wrenches her arm back, Kaz, you're on the deck of the Daedalus. And for a brief moment, the wings of Arya's just kind of unfurl and relax before disappearing again. And Arya, you have rescued Kaz. You have spent no spell slots. You have spent no sorcery points. You have not spent your inspiration.
Oh!
His divine intervention.
Divine intervention.
Because
but you still
literally
did it.
Miracle.
You still did it.
And Carlos is probably like mid-punch, like, what the? Huh?
Oh my god! She's just gonna jump up onto him and like hold on to him like, oh, I'm so glad you're safe.
Vanya's rushing over and hugging him too.
Not shit!
Just onto the ground.
Alright. Yes, good to see you too. Thank you. I would assume that was one of you that got me out of there instead of me having to bust through the wall like I was going to do. Thank you. So, quick point of order for everyone. Their ships run on souls!
Just as the ship starts to explode before hitting the water. And a torrent of that humming, the shrieking, just kind of spirals out in a cacophony of sort of blackish energy that swirls out of the explosion that was caused on the ship. Spiraling down to the water to also sweep up some of that water before dissipating into sort of explosion again. Scattering with this energy.
So I'm just gonna add that too. For my party's consideration.
Go on.
Oh no, they summoned the Bio-Titan! Ah! But yes, Kaz is currently pinned under both an Arya and a Vanya on the deck of the ship. Like, yeah. So their ships run on so. See?
And it goes careening down into the water.
Oh gods. Lagan, what did you do?
I made it so that you were able to save Kaz. Beyond that, you'll have to ask Kaz what he did, because I didn't do that.
Look, I know you're going to look at me and expect some kind of glorious explanation or something of the like. I do what I always do. I hit it really, really hard.
Which I think is another great place for us to take a quick break.
Oh, I was going to just one more thing. You're just going to see Kurobe like reeling in the rope and everything. And he's going to pull up and be holding part of the other ship. Does anybody want a souvenir?
So be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. The Lucky Sevens have landed the Daedalus at the port of Drakefast. In the floating on the water now, just outside the port, only to find that there is a cacophony of clanging swords, of firing energy, of whirring and humming and shrieking going on all around you. Giving you maybe a moment's respite. What do you do?
I mean, out of all of this mess, we're trying to find someone, maybe like a captain or anyone in all of this is more qualified for the situation. What the fuck is going on here?
And as you maybe vocalize that out loud, or whether you don't, you see the face of General Roderus as you know it, as he's running to the streets, having possibly seen that your ship was coming down. You made it.
General, what is going on here? What's with all of this combat? The battle? Who are these people? These are Shadowhar?
The Shadowhar.
Oh, God.
And they've brought reinforcements.
Oh, shit.
I knew they would have a strong army, but I did not consider that they would be bringing creatures of vile origin.
What do you mean, creatures of vile origin?
Demons and devils.
That's a lot.
I thought it was rumor that Lady Zariel was actually here. I thought it was rumor that Mercury was still around.
I mean, we told you directly Mercury was still around. We fought her, so...
I didn't believe you until today.
I'm glad we're on the same
Maybe you should
page.
start.
You're raving mad.
That's beside the point.
General. And I think Cars would probably punctuate that point with something in Draconic to Rhaedirus. An ancient adage, basically along the lines of reality is much stranger than fiction. Because, you know, everything was good, and then they called a calamity from the fucking sky. And the stuff that caused. The world, to put not too fine a point on it, is a fuck at all times.
Well,
One of them said something interesting. When he plummeted to his death. Lady Zariel, forgive me. I'm sorry, Lady Zariel.
A few more begged forgiveness as they plummeted to their deaths. Maybe it was their dying words. I don't know. I didn't stop to find out.
Lady Zariel, as they said, is a general in Mercury's army. Mercury being Empress of the Shadowhar Empire now.
Strange bit of loyalty for a demon.
Indeed. But come, we mustn't dally. There is a battle to be won.
By your lead, General.
Yeah. Cast just kind of gestures out to the remnants of the tornado of souls. I think I made a head start.
I think you just pissed them off, Kaz.
Oh,
When's that
let's see on how much we can stoke that anger then.
Their ship's run on souls. Fuck them.
Which I think is where we will pick up the session next time. Thanks everybody for playing.
Like Kaz on being the least monkey monk I have ever run into.
I hope you all enjoyed.
That was fucking stellar, dude. Thank you.
Yes.
And next time...
I am the monkey wrench. It is I! Me!
Next time, you all will fight alongside General Roderus on the ground troops.
Killing demons with the dragon.
All right,
Good. I get to break out the vampiric touch.
Yeah!
So what I'm hearing is it's going to be Alira, Kaz, and Karobe reenacting Legolas and Gimli from Lord of the Rings. That still only counts as one.
Good luck trying to keep up with Vanya and the fucking Hill of Thorns.
Yes.
I did not
I
look
can
into
throw the
any.
ability up past that.
They're looking to the giant man. I got the big one.
Look at that.
All right. All yours.
Well, we'll have to find out what it is that you guys are going to fight next time, because there's another episode of battling to do, as Drakefast is under heavy attack, and we'll find out if the fort actually survives. So,
Potentially.
With our intervention.
Potentially.
There won't be any more divine intervention. I promise that. That's once a week.
Well, it's going to have to be your all's intervention instead of the divine, because the planet just enacted its will in this particular moment.
Yep.
Through Arya. The easiest form in which to do so.
Magic hands. I'm sure Kaz knows exactly what these magic hands do.
Him and Vanya both.
Hey, Lamau. Hey, Lamau. All right. Well, you have completed the first stage in the battle at Drakefast. So, let's talk about some experience that you all get for doing so. So, 5 for everybody for showing up to the session, including our lovely, that fat guy, CJ, because he was here too.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm going to say you get 10 XP for, completing this stage for today's session. There's more to do, but this stage, the airship fight has been had. So
I'm glad I didn't miss it.
Of course, there's the audience favorite. There should be a poll up very soon about who the audience loved tonight. But let's talk about our roleplay prompts. With there being a singular goal today, who was integral in making that goal happen? The plot mover, as it were.
Ooh.
That's a good question.
We're all doing combat today.
That was the plot for today. That's the plot I had designed for you.
Yeah, just because he put the ship down, I'm gonna have to go with Kaz.
Yep.
Yep.
Cause
All right. Sounds like majority cause.
Yeah, I'm over halfway to level 12.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
I'm at 70
Oh.
XP out of 120.
Best scene.
I'll be level 12 once we get a long rest.
Yep.
I've got to go with that scene at the end with divine intervention
Ooh.
and Alira's freaking out, Lagon's kneeling beside praying, and then and my vote is for Alira, and Alira reaches out and
You mean
pulls
Arya?
Kaz.
Aria.
Arya, sorry. Arya pulls Kaz back. She's freaking herself out trying to figure out how she can get over there. Lagon kneels down and prays, and then she just reaches out and she has Kaz in her hands.
I would have to, if that is your determination, that would probably go to Lagon in that regard for thinking, even having the divine intervention. My other point is Fat Guy having the fucking.
Yeah.
Like,
I want to give it. I want to give it to Kurobe for pulling the ship. Like
Yeah.
that's beyond Herculean.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
That's a labor that the gods would be proud of.
Absurd. That, like, it was just clutch.
I even
The one
I declare
time we
natural
really
20.
needed it.
That's it. Rolls a natural 20. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Right.
with the guidance, everything, it was a 37.
Yeah.
I will make I will make mine an honorable mention in hearing the voice of the cast that and give the vote to Kurobe.
Honestly, I thought that's
Right.
what was going to get it because I was like, oh, cool, that's a cool moment, and then I was like, there was a literal divine intervention just after this. Like, son of a bitch, that never happens.
No. Like, look, we had multiple like. This doesn't happen normally. The dice have blessed us, kind of stuff. But I think
if you all
I think,
want to roll with it, we can do an everyone, and we can do an all or nothing everyone in that moment.
I'm going to leave it to the cast.
You know what? Shenanigans? Yes.
Yes. Shenanigans. All right.
Shenanigans.
Okay. Does Derek have an opinion?
No, not particularly.
Okay. So, majority have stated that they want to high or low. The all or nothing. Call it.
Go ahead, Mojo, call it.
Hi.
Hi, Clan High.
Hi, Clan High.
Wrong game.
Ooh, that's a natural 1.
That's a no.
Of course it fucking is.
But
Nope, that fits. That fits.
But I, as the DM, did appreciate that scene a lot. So everybody gets their inspiration refilled if they already used it. So
Sweet. That's
and Lagon got
always
audience
worth it.
vote.
Lagon gets your audience vote. But I want to talk about the best line from tonight.
I want to put my hat in the ring. I've got like 3 or 4 different lines. Like, it's like, hey, so quick point of order. Those ships run on souls. Kaz basically browbeating the engineer is just like, you're not answering my question. Tell me.
Stop hitting it, please.
Tell me now. And she's just ducking him instead. And of course the third is like, their ships run on souls. Fuck them. Like, in response to being like, oh, you're making them angry. Yeah, and they're assholes. Clearly.
I did like when I held up a piece of the ship. Does anybody want a souvenir?
That's my vote for line.
The Kurobe one?
Yeah, anybody want a souvenir?
I'll give it to Kurobe.
We're just going to start collecting pieces of ships and other things and hanging them off of ours as trophies.
Oh, that's a bad idea. You want to know why? You want to know what happened the last time a party did that? You want to know what we got? We got the Repentless. That's what we got.
It's true.
I don't know what that is, so let's do it.
I have no context of this. Let's go.
We painted the lines and cut the men, didn't we, Derek and Coffee?
Yeah. Mordecai did that. Mordecai made that ship, and now Selter lives in it.
More like she isn't.
Shelter is it.
Yeah, it's fair.
But yeah, no, I'll see the floor to Karube.
Okay.
So yeah, Karube gets it.
Okay.
Because that'll be majority.
Kurobe gets the best line. All right. Well, thanks to all of my cast for being such lovely participants in today's game. And thank you, Lethality, for re-upping your sub. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated, much appreciated. So, with that being said, that concludes Rebirth for tonight. We will be back next week with more of the conflict that is going on in Drakefast as the Shadowheart Empire has made their attacking moves on the Grioran Empire with the aid of Holton, Elartsua, and demons. So, hope you all have had a good night, and we'll see you next time, everyone. Say good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.
Night.
Don't forget your souvenirs.
Good night, everyone.